Morning. That news trickling in here. All that crap showing. Yeah, like way to play the worst game of like any team in the round of 32, and no doubt the round of 16. We really could have seen how close or how far we were if we would have played our best. And now we have no idea how close or far away we are, because that was horrible. Salt Life, the big ass raid. Let's go, Salt Life. Whereas I green yesterday. Yep, I got green after I got off of stream. I posted it in Discord. That one stock that juiced late in the day, I was in that halt up with like 20,000 shares. Anyway, I made like almost $4,000 on the trade, so it got me out of red plus $1,500 or so. Oh, your rate came in. Yeah, 20 people. Oh, only one person came through. Watching you watch it. Pulisic played terrible. He basically, you get him the ball, he turned it over. I mean, our center back, Ream, was horrible. Our goalkeeper was horrible. If we played like that in the knockout stages, we wouldn't have made it to the round of 32. That's how bad it was. Belgium, it wasn't that Belgium was good, and they were good. It was, we just, I don't even know what team that was. I think you're going to look back on that team and you're going to be like, they should have done better. I'm not saying we would have beat Belgium, but man, it sure would have been nice to play your best, and it either you lose to a really good Belgium team and know that you played your best, and the team just wasn't there, or win, which would have been an insane feat. Anyway. It's just so out of character. Everything about that game. They just couldn't rise to the occasion. Your best players needed to play their best, and they were absolute dog shit. Give me my point. Points are already out. Mm-hmm. I mean, when Reem got freaking bodied by a dude a foot shorter than him in the air, I was like, oh well. Okay, guess not. At least the women's team is good. It's not what we were watching. Variance, let's go. 20 months, my man. 1 minute cock here. Not good look. Can't get going here. This dude is coming around from the backside. Is this going to give us a bounce here? Who clipped that one? Who clipped that one, you bastards?
First day trade of my life, 4 halts later up, 300% alright. If trade wouldn't sell.
Good morning. I think maybe the USA would have played with more urgency and with a chip on their shoulder if the red card ruling was upheld and may have been a different game. But anyhow about my Flyers making the offer to Carlson. Watch out Metropolitan, here comes the Flyers. What do you think, SJ?
No, I don't think that USA would have decided not to take a giant turd on the field if they didn't have their second best player. If you can't be inspired that you have your best player, second best player, third best player, whatever, what are we doing here? And your Flyers are insane. That offer sheet, like, if this league keeps expanding, which Gary Bettman seems to want to do for some reason, they're looking at another team in Texas now, potentially Dallas, to have 2 teams. Like, you're going to see this nonstop. Just ridiculous numbers being offered to players during their restricted free agency period that teams can't match. Like, a team that spent all this time rebuilding, and all of a sudden their 3 main guys are going to get offer sheeted, potentially 3. But their main one right now did for 18. He's going to be the highest paid player in the NHL. And he wasn't even a point-a-game player last year. He wasn't even top 10 for the MVP. Like, that's how crazy that contract is. Holy crap. Hockey players are underpaid. Well, they have a salary cap that's based off of income, revenue. So the salary cap moves with revenue. So it's a percentage of revenue. They bring in more money, they make more money. Cap goes up. This year, I think it went up by $10 million, 10% jump. That's I think the biggest jump it's ever made. So it's performance based. They need a larger percentage? I don't know about that. I mean, it's still a game where attendance is capped at 20,000. You can't. That's part of the reason why they try to do the Stadium Series games, is because you can bring 80,000 people to those games. But there's hard caps in place They're doing good. The game's in a good spot. Caps, Ryan Leonard is represented. Also, RFA. Yeah, so is Kucherov, actually, by the way. Kucherov that's his agent, too. So it's like, what the hell is that contract going to look like next season? Women's NFL. They were in for 4 U.S. markets. I mean, there's probably more teams and maybe a couple teams in Canada or places in Canada that could take a team. It's not a matter of that. It's just a matter of talent to fill the league, and that is a problem. You'll have basically the parity will be so stretched that, like, for instance, if you look at the NHL draft, not even every first round player makes it to the NHL. And just after the first round, your odds of making the NHL ever drop off considerably.
Mike Zachary composed a song for you. A high-energy financial and sports meltdown anthem that imagines two nightmare
now all those
headlines
second
colliding
rounders
at
would
once.
start. I mean, the more
QQQ
teams you
crashing
add,
below 700, while Team USA suffers
more teams
a
you add,
shocking
and those second
4-1
rounders are
World Cup
making
defeat to
NHL
Belgium.
teams. And
Driven by pounding trap drums,
your
cinematic synths,
product just
distorted
starts
bass, and
getting
dramatic
watered
crowd
down.
chants,
That's the
lyrics
problem
blend
right now.
market jargon, margin calls, red candlesticks, missed chances, and emotional whiplash into a cinematic story of one disastrous day where Wall Street
Quite the
and
song,
page both
Zach.
fall apart.
Here it comes. Market wide open and we lose the floor. Tech times falling while Belgium scores. Ticker takes bleeding in a bright red streak. Everything breaks in a single week. Triple Q dropping down through the shelf. Watching the chart just destroy itself. All one finish on the stadium screen. Worst nightmare that I ever seen. Candlesticks dipping beneath the line. Sold up the future to buy some time. Margin call ringing at 4A. Thought we were gods, now we look like them. Strikers are freezing in front of the net. Double the risk and we lost the bet. Glories are gone in a heavy slide. Nowhere for losers to run and hide. Liquidated fast. Nothing ever lasts. Paralyzed and stunned. Out of time and out of funds. Market wide open and we lose the floor. Tech times falling while Belgium scores. Ticker tapes bleeding in a bright red streak. Everything breaks in a single week. Triple two dropping down to the shelf. Watching the chart just destroy itself. Full one finish on the stadium screen. Worst nightmare that I ever seen.
thank you for that beautiful song. Vegas and Seattle. Yeah, well, Vegas's entry into the NHL is completely different than Seattle's. And Seattle's ass. When Vegas entered in, everybody was giving Vegas first round picks to keep their players. That didn't happen with Seattle. I said, nah. Vegas got an insane haul. And what you're running into now, since the league is somewhat watered down, like a player really wants to win the Stanley Cup, and now this is the first season. How many players have we had ask for trades? 5 already, and these are stars. Marchenko said he's not going to resign. Brzezinski. Brady left the Senators already. Like, Dylan Larkin, been with Detroit 10 years, says he wants out. His players want to leave, and if you have a watered-down league, you're going to get a lot of that, too. So, you end up going to have, like, in baseball, like, super teams and then everybody else. Brady Chuck. He wants money on it. Well, he's not gonna get the same money other from attendance and stuff like that. You can't, because, like I said, your arenas are capped at like 20,000. You have to think that arenas these days, if built properly, could do 30,000 though, right? And keep the place cool. The ice would be good. I don't know. I remember going to games at Tropicana Field. Back then it was called the Thunderdome. Tropicana Field's where the Tampa Bay Rays baseball team plays. That's where Tampa Bay Lightning played for a long time, and they made it work. So certainly, if you can have ice in those, the ice conditions were probably pretty poor. But if you could do ice in those big indoor arenas, why not? Make a bigger arena to start with. But the reverberation on it's a good product. I don't think the game's having any hard times growing right now. It's a good product. Anybody that's gone to a hockey game, I've never heard anybody say, not for me. They're instantly a hockey fan. Hockey's lame. Smash yourself in the butthole. I was just about to take that. Surprising this is having such a hard time. At 9 breaks, this thing's done though. This is the freaking Alamo for this thing right here. I don't know, Halo. If that 9 breaks it. 1 minute cock now is 26 level. The fact that it's short share restricted makes it a little easier because you can really kind of see if it's going to collapse or not. All right, 5 minute break. Back for the open.
Market is open.
Ross get out of that position on that pop there? Okay. CLRO getting wrecked on the way down. Letting things settle in here. Yeah, a lot of people are thinking the AI trade's unwinding. Not sold yet. That meta headline did scare some things out of the out of the hardware side of the AI anyway. We'll see. Pullback kind of is needed, but we don't want it to be because of bad news. So we'll see. KIDZ moving up. I don't. There's nothing I like this morning. It really isn't. FXHO. Mm-mm. SpaceX is going down, down. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. CCMD. Fuel cell sitting on the 90-minute daily. BJDX. Trading. It was very slow time taker. Got green, but CLRO, what are you doing here? Slight gap up out of the hole. See if this thing can curl. Just keep halting down into oblivion, but we'll see. Alright, so it survived. Kind of wild. Markets go poopy poopy right now. AMPG. Put it on the list. Market is heading south quickly, so we need to be thoughtful of that. See where we're going. $7,500. What time is it where you're at, time taker? Lily. All-time highs. Oh. SpaceX. Is that confirmed? Have they already bought into it? Damn. Yeah, that's a bad sign. And it's just going to get worse as more shares come online. Wow. Yeah, not a good look at all, huh? Stuck in traffic, so the dude's trading from his freaking phone. This freaking guy. Well, is Spy gonna go test Monday lows? Is that where we're headed? Oh, see what we do. Stream on X. It's the stream on X didn't work today. I'll try it again. But it was having issues. This dude is coming around from the backside. All right, X is online now. See if it's holds up. Yeah, I wonder if software is going to catch a bid now. That might be the play here, boys. Uh,
Bunch of berries and cream for the fourth?
Jaked with 47. Sky Q, huh? Uh, hmm. PSAR flip? Gonna have to speak some English there. Shred, you're on a different level. CRLO, hold it up. This thing is wild, man. What's coming off? Is this the one I hit yesterday? INLF? This one's halting up. Yeah, this is the one I played yesterday that got me green. Shred, you're not defining what the hell SAR is. US, Japan. Yeah, it looks like that. Time taker. About a minute on CLRO. $20 seconds. It's showing a slight gap down. Not ideal. Oh, last second it got up there. Kind of holding up. We really haven't seen a stock go into a second halt recently. It's always been like halt up. If you get a gap, good, but it's like take your money and run. We need to get one that'll go into multiple halts to really ignite small caps. INLF gap down. And 50-cent spread. The hell. Trying. AMD down 7% today. Thing that turns this whole story around is some company saying we're going to buy the supply that Facebook didn't want or something like that. And then it's off to the races again. I just see Esta hit the scanner there. I think it's another day, hopefully. Yuck. Market's really getting nasty. Another push here. Wendy's is somehow green. My high day low day ain't right. I'll restart. It's not updating in real time. Why isn't this right? What why is it's being dumb? Okay, let's try this again. CLRO is trying. The world's most important machine. Is that a documentary or something? Yeah, a good banana. A good banana told me about ASML a couple of years ago, and he couldn't have been more right. Looney. Cosmo, DM it to me. We'll take a look at it. Things get slow. Is this gonna work now? Isn't this working? Hello. Why aren't we working? Decided not to work today? Is that the plan? I don't get it.
Be afraid you should not. I'll take care of you. I will.
Alright, this is perfect time. You guys can stare at Yoda while I reset.
Banana. Can't see. Yoda can't see. Banana.
Nasdaq, Dow Jones, swing trading, sit down, little beggar, not a bull like me. Nasdaq, Dow Jones, swing trading, sit down, little beggar, not a bull like me. Nasdaq, Dow Jones, swing trading, sit down, little beggar, not a bull like
CLRO, the 1 minute 90 MA hadn't really broken yet. Let's see if that holds up. Plays back. She was here yesterday. Oh, there she is. This is 2 days in a row, boys. Like, go outside, make sure the sky isn't falling. Am I going long ASML? No. It's just it was too rich for my blood. Good play. Great play, actually, but just not one that I'm interested in. Oh, missed it. Missed it. See a time taker.
Hot dog water in my mouth.
Why is that labeled dehydration? Jeez. Really gotta arch that. You arch it. Get it in there, you know what I mean? It's the only way. And I have first 28 minutes. I woke up late. No, I just, there hasn't been anything happening pre-market, so I'm going to sleep in until that changes, you know? There's not much going on during market hours. We are in the hell of that we call summer. JLHL, huh? S dot. Oh, gosh, I feel something. All right, $2 spread though, man. Then I hear the sound of a chainsaw starting up. Interesting. Before I know it, I got a chainsaw up my ass. There needs to be some context with that one. Seriously. I'm smiling walking into the gay man's store, about to receive a gay package. Blue. Context matters. It's 1 minute MACD down yet on this thing? Yeah. All right, I can't wait to put your premium nuts in my mouth. See, boss, can't wait for it. It's a softball. Dude, this stock looks so horrible. Please tell me this is not what I'm going to trade today. Nice work, disputed. always loved the other team. Oh my gosh. Even when I was right. This freaking chick. Maybe blue turned me gay. Ever think of it that way? Huh? Huh? Wait, but I'm not gay. But if I was, I'd blame blue. I know it's sometimes fun to bend over and see what gets shoved up your ass. Oh, gosh. I have not taken a trade this morning. CLRO. I'm kind of watching it. I need that MACD to flip. Can't believe it went high a day with it down. I don't know. It was about your weekend in DC watching fires with Ruth SJ. I thought this was your month. What? Oh, it's your $1 move in this stock for 200 million in gains. Gosh. Wonder if we're rotating into power. Let's check out the power plays. Nope. MU. You gotta think it bounces, right? Right? If it doesn't bounce off of 900, I mean, we're donezo. AMPG coming up to some levels. TVRD. Phase 1. Utilities are getting some love. Cree. What's that? Okay. XLF. Still down. Games today. Got Argentina versus Egypt at 12 o'clock. That's, oh my gosh. Such an idiot. Whoop. Oh well. There's that pullback. Test in 11, maybe. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I'm trying to trade. There's just nothing. I mean, it's difficult when the market is clearly in a push down here right now. Everything I'm watching is not pretty. Sky Q is interesting if we can get going. You ready to make up your error and grant me my freebie? This freaking guy. Man, the semifinal prices on the tickets. The best price right now is basically $2,600. And I'm the ticket prices for today's games really fell off. Why is that not working?
Be afraid you should
Oh,
not.
jeez.
I'll take care of you. I will.
I will.
Banana. Can't see. Yoda can't see.
INLF again. SDOT, that's not the trade I'm going to be looking for right now. It's way too spready for trade zero. Kind of wondering if we're going to go much lower here, boys. We are pretty extended. Mm-mm. Nope. Oh. Nope. Yep. Oh, come on. All right, we made a trade. $40. Yay. Slow day. Yeah, it's been a while. I mean, we're in the summer, so this is the kind of time of the year that you kind of get green if you can, and then just go do something else until we get a day where things can kind of just pop off and bring the excitement back. Struggle bus time. Mm-hmm. jeez. Thank you for that. In the FL. Oops. INLF. These inner ear monitors make it sound like, I'm like, what the hell was that? It doesn't sound like a door knocking. It sounds like something's collapsing at first. Nothing. CLRO starting to do something. LUCY maybe as well. Okay. Hmm. CLRO. Trying to curl. I don't know what's going on here. It's a 5-minute cuck. So there's that. Q's at previous week low. Big level. TVRD. ROLR. It's getting tight here. Five-minute is 1160. Bitcoin's still moving, which is interesting. That's what my go-to stuff so far. Interested? Thank you, Nick. I'll take a look at it in a second. See if this cracks 11, then bounces. Mm-hmm. Oh. TVRD. Yeah, it's not like sustained. It's kind of a grindy. I don't know what to think of that one yet. Going to buy a dip? Not yet. I was looking at the cues maybe for a little bounce, but I missed my entry. ERXA. Ever since PDT changed? I don't know if that's the reason. Nice bounce. You can tell that this thing's SSR. Very tight on this thing on the 1 minute. That glowing yellow here. That's why I keep. Wow, that actually worked this time? No, it didn't. Okay, never mind. Anyway, there's a squeeze on the squeeze indicator on the 1 minute. It's just glowing right now. I wonder if I could short this. It's SSR. I really don't want to. Just take a dump down to VWAP. Right? That's what we want. GME annual meeting of stockholders set to start off at 11 o'clock today. Coming from Trade Exchange. That's a cock and drop 5 minute. Pretty ugly. Have to wait even longer on this thing. Claude portfolio went long KGC. Let's see if Claude can move a stock. Oh, screen for a second. Okay. Made about 5 cents. Yep. Okay, we're good. One of these days, one of those AI portfolios is going to have a juicer, and then all of a sudden, that's going to be the meta. Everybody's going to have an AI portfolio manager, and everybody's going to throw every dollar they have at the latest call out. That'll be a fun meta for the short time that it sticks around. I don't know how this TVRD. That was a nice extension, I guess, through here. Starting to get somewhere. Really, for ways to go to really start opening up, I guess. But that was nice. Could do more of that. I mean, the thing it's got going for it is there's nothing else moving. Nothing else matters. Things are moving just right. True. Da-da. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Hello. Okay. Okay. How you doing? Look, I'm your father. Send me a link. I'll listen to it. We'll play it. You just listening to it through Stock Twits? Are they playing it on Stock Twits? No. Oh yeah, they are. No, they're not. I don't know what the hell. I don't know if they're going to talk about anything important here or not. It's epic music, though. So we're late. Okay.
Lord have mercy, I'm about to bust.
Big eBay for a sweetheart deal. I don't know what this is. It might be just vote on Cohen's performance package. It might be just garbage. I don't know. Every Gmail talking about their votes? Really? What's on the docket to vote?
Annual meeting of stockholders of GameStop Corp. Please note that today's meeting is being recorded. During the meeting, we will have a question and answer session.
Coming from the New
You can
York
submit
Fed
questions or
3-year
comments at
inflation
any time
expectations.
by
We interrupt
clicking
our
on the
program
Q&A
to
icon.
bring you this
in June.
important
It is
message.
now my pleasure to
I
love
turn
you.
today's meeting over
Now, back to our
Mark
show.
Robertson. Mark, the floor is yours.
Good morning. It is now 10:03 a.m. and I call the GameStop 2026 annual meeting of stockholders to order. I'm Mark Robinson, GameStop's General Counsel.
Looks like the only thing
Brian
important is
Cohen,
Ryan
our Chief
Cohen
Executive
statement.
Officer and Chairman of the company's Board of Directors, presides at this meeting and has asked me to conduct this meeting. Please note that any electronic recording or live streaming of this meeting is prohibited.
No one cares about
Please
this.
also
Yeah, but there's
note
nothing
that
else to care
remarks
about
made
right
during
now.
this meeting, including in any question and answer session, may contain forward-looking statements within the meaning of the Private Securities Litigation Reform Act of 1995. These statements are based on management's current expectations and involve risks and uncertainties that could cause actual results to differ materially from those described in these statements. We encourage you to review the risk factors and other disclosures contained in our filings with the Securities and Exchange Commission.
Yeah, I agree, Nick.
Including our most recent annual report on Form
All he's
10-K
done is
and our quarterly reports
just
on Form 10-Q.
sell shares on every pop.
Before we get started with other procedural matters, I would like to turn it over to Ryan to say a few words.
Hi, everyone. GameStop is a very different company than it was 5 years ago. 5 years ago, GameStop was a dying brick and mortar retailer. Hardware is cyclical, software went digital, and all the skeptics believed GameStop was dead. GameStop was on the verge of bankruptcy. Since then,
Until I
we
sold
have rebuilt
millions
the
of
company.
shares
We
because of
pivoted to collectibles.
degens.
Collectibles has grown from 14% of total revenue in 2021 to 42% in the first quarter of 2026.
That's impressive.
Today, GameStop is a category leader in collectibles, generating approximately $1.2 billion in revenue over the last 4 quarters.
Collectible stop.
We've divested unprofitable parts of the business and
That's
removed
right.
$826 million in SG&A expense since 2021, a 48% reduction.
That's funny.
We delivered the highest first quarter operating income in GameStop's history and have now achieved 8 consecutive quarters of positive net income. In April, we launched Power Packs, digital collectibles for a new generation. This is the buy, sell, trade model.
Because we didn't learn about
of
NFTs.
Collectibles in a digital world. We are partnered with the top grading company in the industry. In May, we proposed to acquire eBay at $125 per share. I'm not going to talk about the proposed transaction today beyond what's already public. We're here to work. Thank you for being a shareholder.
That's it?
Thanks, Ryan.
That was
The
so
rules of
recorded too.
conduct and the agenda for today's meeting are posted on the virtual meeting portal. In order to conduct an orderly and efficient meeting, we ask that participants abide by the rules. Brooke Webb of Computershare has been appointed to act as the Inspector of Election for this meeting. Ms. Webb took an oath of inspection of election.
The yearly
prior to the
meeting, and you get 1.5 minutes of your
We also have
CEO
members
talking.
of our board of directors participating today, as well as members of our management and representatives from KPMG LLP, our independent registered public accounting firm. Although KPMG LLP has indicated that does not wish to make a statement, the representative is available to respond to appropriate questions during the question and answer period. If any stockholders here today have not yet voted and would like to do so, you may submit your vote during the meeting until the polls are announced closed. May 20th, 2026 was set by resolution of the Board of Directors as the record date for today's annual meeting. All stockholders of record or their proxy holders at the close of business on May 20th, 2026 are entitled to vote at the annual meeting. We have made available for inspection a listing of stockholders as of the record date at our corporate office in accordance with the requirements of the Delaware General Corporation Law. Notice of this meeting was duly given in accordance with the company's bylaws and Delaware law. We received an affidavit from Broadridge Financial Services certifying that the notice of annual meeting and proxy statement were sent to stockholders beginning on June 3rd, 2026. The affidavit is available for inspection by any stockholder upon request and will be filed with the company's records. At the close of business on May 20th, 2026, the record date for this meeting, there were 448,691,227 shares of the company's Class A common stock with 1 vote per share issued and outstanding and entitled to vote on all matters presented at this meeting. There are present at this meeting, in person or by proxy, more than a majority of all the shares entitled to
They hate us because they ain't us.
Based on confirmation by the Inspector of Election, I find that a quorum is present and that this meeting is duly constituted for the transaction of business. Each of the matters to be considered today is described in the proxy statement, which was made available as described in the notice of annual meeting. The proxy statement has been filed with the Securities and Exchange Commission and can be found on the Securities and Exchange Commission's website and our website. The first item on our agenda
Yeah,
is a
Lowly, that was
proposal
so
to elect
freaking
5
dirty, man.
directors, with each to serve as a director until the annual meeting of stockholders in 2027 and until his successor is duly elected and qualified. The company's nominees are Mr. Cohen, Mr. Attell, Mr. Chang, Mr. Gruby, and Mr. Turner. The second item on our agenda is a proposal to approve on a non-binding advisory basis the compensation of the named executive officers of the company. The third item on our agenda is a proposal to ratify the Audit Committee's appointment of KPMG LLP as the company's independent registered public accounting firm for the company's fiscal year ending January 30th, 2027. The fourth item on our agenda is a proposal to approve a second amendment to our third amended and restated certificate of incorporation to increase the number of authorized shares of our Class A common stock to 2,500,000. Before we proceed, I want to note that the proposed CEO Performance Award for Mr. Cohen, which had originally been included in our proxy statement as a separate proposal, was withdrawn prior to this meeting. Mr. Cohen requested the withdrawal so that stockholders could focus their attention today on GameStop's proposed acquisition of eBay and the business before the meeting. I am directing the Inspector of Election not to tabulate any votes that may have been cast with respect to the CEO Performance Award proposal, and any such votes will not be tabulated nor reported.
On BTU, selected by the U.S. Department of Energy.
No stockholder director nominations or stockholder proposals were properly submitted under SEC Rule 14A8 or in accordance with the company's advance notice or proxy access bylaw provisions. It is now 10:11 a.m. The polls are open and stockholders are welcome to vote on the 4 proposals. Anyone who wishes to change their previous vote or has not yet voted and wants to vote should at this time cast their vote electronically. The polls will be open until the conclusion of any questions related to the specific matters under consideration at this meeting. We will now use this time to answer any stockholder questions on the specific matters under consideration at this meeting. You may submit questions through the meeting portal. All right, I see a number of questions here just about the CEO Performance Award, why it was withdrawn, specifically one here about whether the company is planning another compensation package for Ryan. I believe he deserves to be compensated for what he's done. Another one here, despite the withdrawal, the Performance Award is the $100 billion market cap target still in place. What I can say there is, as I indicated, Mr. Cohen requested the withdrawal so that our stockholders could focus their attention on GameStop's operating performance and the proposed eBay acquisition. When the board approved the award in January 2026, the company had not yet decided to pursue the eBay transaction.
I don't think he got the $100 million.
The withdrawal does not modify the terms of the award, however, and is not a concession on its merits. It does, however, remain subject to stockholder approval.
TVRD still chooching.
The company may, in the future, bring the existing award for stockholder approval. All right, and then a number of questions just related to the eBay transaction, specifically In addition to previously disclosed plans for cost improvements, are there any specific plans to improve the experience on eBay? Is there a plan to offer another proposal to acquire eBay? What I'd say there is, as we publicly disclosed on May 3rd, we delivered a non-binding proposal to eBay's board to acquire all the outstanding eBay common stock at $125 per share, 50% cash, 50% GameStop common stock, representing a 46% premium to eBay's unaffected closing price. eBay's board did publicly reject that proposal on May 12th. We have continued to build a meaningful economic stake in eBay, and we do remain committed to pursuing a transaction because we believe it represents a compelling opportunity to create value for GameStop stockholders. From the company's perspective, the bottom line is we believe Ryan can lead a combined company that creates significant value.
Hostile takeover. Mm-hmm. Just got to keep nuking GameStop shareholders into oblivion with offerings. Can raise infinite amount of money.
I'm not seeing any further questions related to specific matters under consideration at the meeting, and I declare the polls are now closed.
On the machine?
Inspector, please tabulate the votes
What are we
on
talking
all
about,
of the
Soils?
proposals.
I'm pleased to report the preliminary results of the proposals as follows. Mr. Attell, Mr. Chang, Mr. Cohen, Mr. Gruby, and Mr. Turner have each received a majority of the votes cast, and they've been elected directors. The non-binding advisory vote of the compensation of the named executive officers of the company has been approved by a majority of the shares present or represented by proxy and entitled to vote on this proposal. The ratification of our audit committee's appointment of KPMG LLP as our independent registered public accounting firm for our fiscal year ending January 30th, 2027 has been approved by a majority of the shares present or represented by proxy and entitled to vote on this proposal. And the Second Amendment to our Third Amended and Restated Certificate of Incorporation to increase the number of authorized shares of our Class A common stock to 2,500,000,000 has been approved by a majority of the shares entitled to vote on this proposal.
I am not aware of any other business that should be brought before this meeting. This concludes the business of this meeting, and the annual meeting of stockholders is now adjourned. Thank you for your attendance and participation. We appreciate all the passion and support you, our stockholders, have for GameStop.
That's freaking fantastic. Thank you so much for that. Let's watch a real video. Mm-hmm.
$652. Crude is up $1.81 now at $70.36. Gold down $14.30 at $41.53.
This is a microchip. When you zoom in, you find a nanoscopic computing city. Skyscrapers hundreds of layers tall with hundreds of kilometers of wires connecting everything. And at the very bottom is this. Transistors. Billions of them. They are the ones and zeros of our computer. The chip works by whizzing electrons from transistor to transistor. And the smaller you can make those transistors, the less the signals have to travel, so the faster they can compute. Plus, you can fit more transistors into the same area, resulting in a much more powerful chip. So for over 50 years, transistors got smaller and smaller, and the number you could fit on a chip doubled every 2 years.
Yeah, this is
became
the
known as Moore's
ASML
Law,
video.
named for Intel's co-founder Gordon Moore after he noticed the pattern back in 1965, and it's been one of the main drivers of the tech industry. But around 2015, progress came to a screeching halt. And we might have never gotten past it if it wasn't for a single company that makes these machines, the machines that saved Moore's Law.
Holy. This is a video about the most complicated commercial product humanity's ever built.
That's insane.
It costs a whopping $400 million, and it is so bizarre that I want to introduce it to you with a thought experiment. Imagine you are shrunk down to the size of an ant. And you're given a laser that's strong enough to melt through metal like butter. Next, a tiny droplet of molten tin, roughly the size of a white blood cell, is shot out in front of you around 250 kilometers per hour.
Oh, I saw a clip of this on social media the other day. This is wild here.
Your task is to hit this not once, not twice, but 3 times in a row in 20 microseconds with your little laser. Well, that is exactly what this machine does. It hits one tiny tin droplet 3 times in a row, heating each one up to over 220,000 Kelvin. That's roughly 40 times hotter than the surface of the sun. And it doesn't just hit one droplet. It hits 50,000 droplets every single second.
How often do you miss a laser shot?
We don't miss them.
What? You do 150,000 laser shots a second and you don't miss one.
Exactly.
The same machine also contains mirrors that might just be the smoothest objects in the universe. If you scale one up to the size of the Earth, then the largest bump would be no thicker than a playing card. On top of that, it is able to overlay one layer of a chip perfectly on top of another and never be off by more than 5 atoms. And this is all happening while parts of the machine whip around at accelerations of over 20 Gs. For 30 years, almost everyone thought that actually building this machine was impossible. And yet, it exists. There is only one company in the world that can make it. So what is this company? And what is this impossible machine they've built? This video is sponsored by Brilliant. More about them at the end of the show. Now, just as a quick aside, the makers of this machine didn't actually sponsor this video. We just thought that the science and engineering here were so cool that we had to make a video about it. So let's jump straight in.
To make a microchip, you start by taking silicon dioxide, usually from sand, and purifying it into ultra-pure, nearly 100% silicon chunks, which is then melted down in a special furnace. Next, you lower a small seed crystal into the vat. Silicon atoms attach to the crystal, extending its structure. Then you slowly raise the seed crystal while rotating it, and this results in a large single crystal silicon ingot.
This is where the seed crystal would be, and then you pull it out.
Can I touch it?
Yeah, you can.
It seems like you would not be able to hold this from here.
Yes.
It even feels fragile, like if you kind of... yeah, I'm scared to break it.
Yes.
He's using more force.
The ingot is then cut into wafers with diamond wire saws, up to 5,000 of them, after which each wafer is carefully polished. Next, it's coated with a light-sensitive material called photoresist. There are different kinds, but in a positive photoresist, the areas exposed to light become weaker and more soluble. So if you shine light through a patterned mask, you can selectively weaken parts of that coating. Then you rinse the wafer with a basic solution to wash away the exposed photoresist, leaving the design imprinted. So now you can actually turn this pattern into physical structures. This is often done by etching into the uncovered silicon by using either chemicals or plasma. And then you deposit a metal like copper to fill in those etched lines. As a last step, you wash away the remaining photoresist, and now you've made a single layer of the chip. We've simplified this cycle down to the main steps: coat, expose, etch, and deposit. It repeats for every single chip layer, and depending on the chip, there could be anywhere from 10 to 100 layers. The bottom layer is the transistors. This is the most complicated layer, requiring hundreds of steps that all need to be perfect. The higher layers are a little easier. These are the metal wires that carry signals and power. By the end, the completed wafer can have hundreds of chips, which are then cut into separate pieces, packaged, and put into products. But by far the hardest and most crucial step in the process is where you shine light through the mask and onto the wafer. This is photolithography. And that's because this step determines how small you can make the features.
At first, it seems simple. Light passes through the openings and it gets blocked by all the rest. But as you try to print smaller and smaller features, the gaps in the mask start to approach the wavelength of the light. And that causes problems.
And we can actually show it because I happen to have this is a mask, this is a reticle.
A reticle, or a mask, carries the design of one chip layer. This reticle is filled with microscopic lines and gaps around 670 nanometers across.
And if I take like a laser pointer, so this is a red laser.
Yep.
If I shine it through it, then you see this here.
The laser has a wavelength of around 650 nanometers. When light hits the reticle, its wavefronts bend as they pass through each gap. So each gap sends out waves that spread out and overlap. Now, let's just look at the light from these two gaps.
How do people
when
come up with this shit, man?
Wave
It had to
line up
be
with the
aliens,
troughs
right?
Of the other,
Had to be
we see
alien
that the
tech.
two waves are out of phase, and they cancel each other out. So you get
There's no
dark spots.
reason why
and
we
when the
should be able
peaks
to
line
do
up with
this,
the peaks,
right?
the two
Has to be
waves
alien
are in
tech.
phase. They add up, and you get bright spots.
You get interference, right? And you get a diffraction pattern.
Chinese.
Now,
Oh, they're
diffraction
aliens
is
for sure.
inevitable. So instead of fighting it,
Way too damn
designers
smart.
actually use it to get the patterns they want. They kind of work backwards from the eventual pattern they want on the wafer, and they design the slits so that diffraction will occur in such a way that it creates the pattern that they want.
You see three dots. The middle dot, that's the original one. That's the 0 order. And then on the left and the right, you can see the first and the minus first. Now, in order for us to have this image resolved on the wafer, you need to capture the 0 and the first and the minus first order.
The smaller you make the features, the larger this angle alpha between the 0 and first orders becomes. So the larger your lens needs to be to capture the light. The size of the lens is described by the numerical aperture, or NA for short, which is just the sign of this angle. So the larger that is, the smaller the features you can print. But there is a hard limit to how large your lens system can be. When this angle is 90 degrees and your numerical aperture is 1, well, your lens would have to be infinite. Fortunately, there is one other thing we can change.
This is a red laser.
Yeah.
And a red laser has a wavelength of 650 nanometers-ish, I would say.
Yep.
And if I take the green laser, and this one has a wavelength of 532, then you can see that the green dots are closer spaced than the red dots.
That's because the light from the two different gaps doesn't have to travel as far to match up in phase again. So the orders end up closer together. So with a smaller wavelength, you can print smaller patterns using the same lens. All of this is captured by the Rayleigh equation, which determines the smallest feature size or critical dimension.
Good point, Lily.
But since there's a limit to how much you can increase the numerical aperture, I mean to 1, over time the only way to keep making smaller and smaller features is by using shorter and shorter wavelengths. So this is exactly what happened up until the late 1990s, when the industry settled on 193 nanometer deep UV light. This was the light that was used to make all of the most advanced chips right until around 2015. But by that point, scientists had reached the limit to how small they could make the features, and Moore's law was about to run into a brick wall. So a radical change was needed, a change that had been brewing for around 30 years. All the way back in the 1980s, Japanese scientist Hiro Kinoshita came up with a crazy idea. Why not use much shorter wavelengths, like X-rays of around 10 nanometers? In theory, that should allow you to print much smaller features. But you quickly run into a problem. X-rays at these wavelengths have enough energy to eject electrons from their atoms, so most materials absorb them. But unlike medical X-rays, which have wavelengths shorter than 1 nanometer, these are still long enough to interact with air, so air absorbs them too. That meant that Kinoshita's setup had to be in a vacuum. But even worse, he couldn't use lenses to focus the light, because the lenses would absorb it too. So it seemed like this idea would never work.
But around 1983, Kinoshita stumbled on a paper by Jim Underwood and Troy Barbie. Their work focused on special mirrors that could reflect X-rays with a wavelength of 4.48 nanometers. So Kinoshita was intrigued. Curved mirrors can focus light just like lenses do. If he could figure out how to make these special mirrors for the wavelength he was using, then this could be another way to do photolithography. The mirrors work something like this. When light crosses from one medium to another, say from air to glass, it bends or refracts. Some of it goes through and part reflects back. How much gets reflected depends on things like the angle, the light's polarization, and most importantly for us, the difference between the refractive indices of the two media. The larger that difference, the more light is reflected. And Underwood and Barbie used that principle. They made a super thin layer of tungsten, less than 1 nanometer thick, thin enough that X-rays could pass through without immediately being absorbed. When X-rays hit the layer at a specific angle, the tungsten reflected less than 1%. Then they carefully tuned the layer thickness so the path length of the transmitted X-rays was only 1/4 of its wavelength. Then they added another layer, this time out of carbon. It has a higher refractive index than tungsten for wavelengths of 4.48 nanometers. The X-rays hit the boundary and a little bit more reflects. But this time, the phase is inverted, or it's changed by half a wavelength. This happens when any light moves from a lower refractive index to a higher one. Now, by the time this new reflected wave reaches the tungsten boundary, it has traveled another 1/4 of its wavelength, for a half wavelength in total. So the two phases line up and the waves interfere constructively. Underwood and Barbie kept doing this trick for a total of 76 alternating layers, so that in total they could reflect back much more of the X-rays. Now, they only managed to reflect around 6% of the light, but it was a proof of principle that you could reflect X-rays.
So Kinoshita saw the possibilities. He got to work, and after around 2 years, his team designed and built 3 tungsten carbon curved multi-layer mirrors to reflect 11 nanometer light. And with it, he managed to print lines 4 microns, or 4,000 nanometers thick, proving that, at least in theory, X-ray lithography was possible. A year later, in 1986, he went to present his findings to the Japanese Society of Applied Physics. Proud and excited, he explained his setup and showed his image. But to his horror, the audience refused to believe it.
Unfortunately, the audience was highly skeptical of my talk.
Kinoshita was devastated. He later said, people seemed unwilling to believe that we had actually made an image by bending X-rays, and they tended to regard the whole thing as a big fish story.
Nobody believed that this was a viable way forward, and unfortunately, the reaction was at least somewhat justified. First, this light isn't naturally produced by anything on Earth. The closest natural source is the sun.
We had to basically build an artificial sun here on Earth.
Most scientists, including Kinoshita, produced X-ray light using a particle accelerator, or a synchrotron.
It gives an enormous amount of power. It's as big as a soccer field. You can fuel the whole fab. The problem is, if the light goes out, the whole fab goes out.
So each machine needed its own power source. But even if you could produce the light, you'd need to make incredibly smooth mirrors to actually focus and print those tiny features. You would need the smoothest objects in the universe.
Okay, so I got a football, and I've got a bouncy ball, and a cobblestone street. Now, what do you think is going to happen when I drop them? The football basically bounces straight up, but for the bouncy ball, it just shoots off to the side. And that's because the surface is relatively flat for the football, which is much larger, but it's super rough for the bouncy ball. And a similar thing happens with mirrors. If the surface is super rough compared to the size of the wavelength, then the light scatters randomly. Now, it might look smooth, but if you zoom into a mirror, you find something that looks like this. You find all these crazy bumps. And now to measure the roughness, what you do is you take the average of these bumps, and that will give you your mean line. Now, for a normal household mirror, the average height is about 4,000 silicon atoms. But for Kinoshita's mirrors, which not only needed to reflect X-ray light, which has a 100 times shorter wavelength, but also needed to minimize scattering, so that all the photons make it onto the wafer, it needed to be way more smooth. It needed to be atomically smooth. In fact, the average bump could only be about 2.3 silicon atoms thick.
If one mirror would be the size of Germany, the biggest bump would be about 1 millimeter high.
But Kinoshita refused to give up.
However, my belief did not change.
And soon, help would come from an unlikely place.
Across the Pacific, around 70 kilometers east of San Francisco, is Lawrence Livermore National Lab, a lab that was born out of the Cold War, heavily funded by the U.S. government and built for one purpose and one purpose only: nuclear weapons.
BYAH.
The lab was founded by the inventor of the cyclotron, Ernest Lawrence, and the father of the hydrogen bomb, Edward Teller. And over its lifetime, they designed over 10 fusion-type nuclear warheads. So part of their research focused on what happens inside nuclear fusion reactions.
Fusion reactions released a lot of X-ray light that they had never been able to capture and analyze. But now, using those special multi-layer mirrors, there was a chance.
One of the scientists tasked with making this work was Andrew Havrilak. And within a few years, he and his team used multi-layer mirrors to reflect some X-ray light. But then in 1987, Andy got a visit from a professor from Cornell.
He was very impressed with the technologies that we developed, and he looked at me at the end of the day and said, "This is all very interesting and very neat and stuff, but his words, and I'll remember it to the day I die, was, 'Can you do anything useful with this stuff?'" This was the day before a Christmas shutdown in 1987, and I was so inflamed by that comment that I went home, and for the next 10 days, I wrote up a multi-page white paper.
He applied these mirrors to lithography to print chips using X-rays. Around 5 months later, Andy presented his findings at a conference. But like Kinoshita, it was not the response he was hoping for.
It was extremely negative. That was the low point of my career. I was literally laughed off the stage, and I kid you not. Every person who I looked up to in the field, they were listening to my talk, and they came up to the microphone and told me basically why it wouldn't work, how stupid an idea it was. Later that week, I flew back, and the following Monday, my boss asked me, "How did it go?" And I looked at him and I said, "I will never speak of it again."
But then, 3 days later, he gets a phone call from someone named Bill Brinkman from Bell Labs.
And so I walked over to my boss and I said, "Just got this phone call from a guy named Bill Brinkman. You know who he is?" And my boss's eyes popped open and said, "Yeah, he's the executive vice president of AT&T." And I said, "Well, he just called me and asked me to fly out to New Jersey and give a talk." The response from my boss said it all. He basically said, "Well, you got to go."
At Bell Labs, Andy found fellow believers, and it couldn't have come at a better time. Over the past 30 years, the US government had invested billions of dollars into national labs to maintain the country's technological edge during the Cold War. But by the late 1980s, the Cold War was slowing down, and all these labs were sitting on research that had commercial potential. So the government encouraged the labs to partner with US companies to turn that research into products and to stimulate the economy. And the government would then supply seed money. And so Bell Labs partnered with Andy's labs and 2 others to keep developing X-ray lithography.
I've taken 3 trades.
And by
I was up
$125,
now I'm up 14.
For X-ray lithography was held
4
in
trades,
Japan
sorry.
near Mount
Made
Fuji.
5 cents on this one.
In the opening address, Kinoshita said that as long as we do not lose the desire that has sprung from within us, technology will steadily advance from the micro to the nano to the pico. They even gave the technology a new name: extreme ultraviolet lithography, or just EUV.
But then in 1996, the US government cut funding for the project. This spelled disaster for the big chip companies like Intel. The industry estimated that the 193 nanometer lithography tools would fall behind Moore's Law by 2005. But there were no other alternatives.
So Intel, Motorola, AMD, and other companies got together and invested $250 million to keep it going, making it the largest investment ever by private industry in a Department of Energy research project. By the year 2000, the labs had produced this, the engineering test stand. It was the first fully functioning EUV prototype. It produced 9.8 watts of 13.4 nanometer EUV light, which was then reflected by 8 mirrors from the source to the mask to the wafer. It could print 70 nanometer features, and it proved that EUV could work.
It was a milestone to get the engineering test stand to work. It demonstrated to people like Intel that, good engineering will get us there.
And then it seems like you've got the prototype. It shouldn't be too hard to then commercialize it.
That's what they thought.
But the prototype had a major flaw. It could only print about 10 wafers per hour. And to make EUV economically viable, it would have to print hundreds of wafers per hour, 24/7, 365 days a year. The main reason output was so slow was because the light reflected off of 8 mirrors and the reticle, which is also a mirror, just with the design imprinted. Traditional masks that allow light to pass through don't work because, well, they absorb all the light. Each mirror had a reflectivity of around 70%, which is close to the max, but after 9 bounces, you're only left with 4% of the light, which means that out of every 100 photons, only 4 make it to the waver. So you might think, just use way fewer mirrors, but that only works up to a point. When you focus light with any optical system, you always get some distortion. For example, rays that pass through the outer edges of most lenses focus light slightly different from those near the center. This is called spherical aberration. And normal cameras correct for this and other aberrations by using multiple lenses. And a mirror system is no different.
You need to have a certain amount of mirrors before you can say I have my aberrations under control. In reality, the systems of today have 6 mirrors.
That helps a little, but after reflecting off 6 mirrors and the reticle, you're still only left with around 8% of your light. So they needed to drastically increase the source power to at least 100 watts. Now, to most companies, that 10-fold increase seemed impossible. Even people who worked on the engineering test tent noted that while EUV technology itself is a done deal, there were 6 zillion engineering challenges to make it a fab line reality. And so, one by one, American companies walked away from developing a full EUV lithography machine. That left just one company, ASML. ASML, which used to stand for Advanced Semiconductor Materials Lithography, is located in a small, nondescript town in the Netherlands. It spun off from Philips back in the 80s with little more than a shed and a barely working wafer stepper to its name. But Philips also gave them people, Jos Benschop, ASML's first researcher, and Martin van den Brink, who would eventually become ASML's CTO and EUV's greatest champion.
And he's really like the Steve Jobs of lithography. And he saw EUV coming.
ASML had joined the US EUV consortium earlier, and now it became their task to find a way to commercialize EUV. They would work together with their German partner Zeiss, where Zeiss would take care of the mirrors and ASML would focus on the light source. One of the first decisions when making any lithography system is deciding which wavelength to use.
In the early days, anything between 5 and 14 nanometers was explored. Okay. The thing is, you need to find a source and you need to find optics that reflect the wavelengths. Right. So you have to look for the combination.
Underwood and Barbie had already made mirrors that could reflect light of around 4 nanometers. And since that wavelength is so small, it seems like the obvious choice. But the maximum reflectivity for those mirrors was only
Max
around
Zachary
20%.
composed a song
so
for you.
After hitting
Chips
6
are
mirrors
cool.
and the reticle,
Potato chips are tasty, but computer chips run the world. And somehow they're made with giant machines that use lasers, mirrors, and engineering that sounds completely made up. This song celebrates the tiny silicon legends inside your phone, laptop, and game console with a healthy dose of nerdy humor.
Silver lines carved in glass, calculations moving fast, deep within the pocket frame. Logic plays a tiny game, light reflected through a lens, photons making better friends, nanoscale and precise beam, straight inside the plastic dream. Silicon legend, microscopic king, waking up a screen, let the circuit sing. Silicon legend, etched by the light.
Yeah, all this so we can make AI songs and bigger hentai boobs.
Silicon legend. Billions of gates open wide, electrons taking every ride, mirrors flipping in the dark, leaving such a heavy mark. Desktop boxes humming low, watch the busy patterns grow. Salt and vinegar for me, while lasers craft reality. Silicon legend, microscopic king, waking up a screen, let the circuit sing. Silicon legend, etched by the light, tiny golden heart beating through the night. Silicon legend, silicon legend.
you're just left with 0.00128% of the light, which is way too low. Fortunately, further researchers also looked at two other pairs. Silicon and molybdenum, which had a theoretical maximum reflectivity of 70% for wavelengths around 30 nanometers, and molybdenum and beryllium, with a theoretical maximum reflectivity of 80% for wavelengths around 11 nanometers. So the choice seemed
Zach
obvious,
Zachary
right?
composed a song for you. A cinematic journey into the hidden world behind every modern device. Inspired by the incredible engineering of the world's most advanced chip-making machines, this song explores humanity's relentless pursuit of precision, innovation, and the impossible. From lasers and light to silicon and microscopic circuits, it captures the awe of the technology powering our digital future. Blending futuristic soundscapes with powerful emotion, this track is a tribute to the brilliant minds pushing science.
Clean air, silicon squares, white masks and cool stairs. Beneath the floor of glass and light. Precision etched in the dead of the night, tracing the path where electrons will roam deep in the heart of this circuit home. Burning the lines with the violet flame. Million bits without a name. Carving the math into the sand. Built by the machine and human hands. Burning the lines with a violet flame. Million bits without a name. Light pulses, lens focus, beam shifts. Patterns bleed into the grain, tiny world beneath the strain. More power in the space of a hair, calculating ghosts inside the air. Burning the lines with the violet flame. Billion bits without a name. Carving the math into the sand. Built by the machine and human hands. Burning the lines with the violet flame. Billion bits without a name.
Shorter wavelength and the higher reflectivity. But it turns out that beryllium is extremely toxic and it's also difficult to handle. So scientists focused on silicon and molybdenum instead. To make the mirrors, Zeiss used a process called sputtering. A target of coating material is bombarded with either plasma or ions, causing atoms to be ejected, fly off, and stick to the mirror. This is a messy process, so the layers end up having bumps and gaps.
There was a nice trick that actually the team in the Netherlands perfected. With ion beam, you just shake it a little bit until the atom falls in the hole where it needs to be, and then it's all flat.
With the mirror design
perfected. With ion beam, you just shake it a little bit until the atom falls in the hole where it needs to be, and then it's all flat.
Shake it and it falls in the hole.
With the mirror design locked in, ASML needed a source for that specific wavelength.
So it was 13.x.
Yeah. Okay.
Now the next good question is, what's the x? Now you look for the source. So there are basically three ways to generate EUV.
Bouncing down here, boys.
A sun on Earth.
The first method, which early researchers used, was the synchrotron, but it was quickly rolled out because each machine needed its own source. The other two methods are based on the same principle. When an electron recombines with an ion, the ion drops to a lower energy level, and it releases that excess energy as a photon. And if you choose the ion just right, then that photon will have exactly the wavelength you need. Now, there are two ways you can create those ions. The first is you take a metal, heat it up until you get a metal vapor, and then you apply a strong electric field across it. This causes free electrons to knock into nearby atoms and ionize them. If you then turn off the electric field, the electrons recombine with the ions and produce light. This is discharge-produced plasma.
That's the concept we used first, because of its relative simplicity. And we quickly got it to a few watts. We wanted to get 100 watts, and we struggled forever.
So you couldn't scale it?
We could not scale it.
They needed a drastic change. So they switched to the second method. This method uses a high-powered laser to hit a target material, creating a plasma that's more than 220,000 degrees Celsius hot. The electrons have so much energy that the nucleus can't hold on to them anymore, and up to 14 electrons escape their orbits. After the laser shuts off, the electrons and ions recombine to produce light. This is laser-produced plasma, and it was the only method that seemed scalable. In fact, this was the same method that the engineering test stand used. A 1700 watt laser fired into a stream of xenon gas to produce 13.4 nanometer light. But xenon had a big problem. The conversion efficiency, that is the ratio of usable light to the amount of power you put in, was terrible. It was only around 0.5%. That's because while xenon does emit light in the 13 to 14 nanometer range, there's much more light released around 11 nanometers, so most of the energy went into making light that the mirrors couldn't reflect. Plus, the laser didn't ionize all the atoms, so leftover neutral xenon atoms would strongly reabsorb some of the 13.4 nanometer light. So ASML started looking at another material, tin. Now, tin has a much higher emission peak, around 13.5 nanometers, which results in a 5 to 10 times higher conversion efficiency than xenon. But just like xenon, neutral tin atoms also absorb EUV light. So they came up with a crazy idea to shoot one tiny tin droplet at a time. But to get the required power, you would have to make and hit thousands of droplets every second, all of which have to be the exact same shape and size. But it turns out that you can't instantly make thousands of tin droplets that are the exact same. So they found a workaround. To make the droplets, extremely pure tin is melted and pushed through a microscopic nozzle by high-pressure nitrogen. This nozzle vibrates at a high frequency, breaking the stream into tiny droplets. These droplets are irregular in size, shape, velocity, and distance, and the whole process is chaotic.
That's like our magic sauce, is how do you modulate that tin jet so that it forms the droplets we want and that they're stable.
I think we found some paper that described this process, and it was sort of eye-opening to me that it seems like all the droplets actually come out irregular out of the nozzle, but then before they reach the side where they get hit by the laser, like the little irregular droplets come together to form these perfectly spaced, perfectly regular droplets that are about the same size and shape and all traveling at the same velocity. That feels like magic to me, Jason.
Yeah, it's exactly that. It's how do you take a long stream of a tin jet that wants to break up into all these irregular droplets and like force onto it that it's going to collapse into a single droplet and then happen again and again and again.
You also don't have that many variables to play with. So you've got the pressure with which you push out the tin and the frequency of the nozzle. Yeah, it seems like a hard problem to solve.
There's not a whole lot of variables to play with, and so mastering that modulation of the jet is how we make the
Merked, let's go, bud, 18 months.
But these droplets not only have to be identical, they have to be moving incredibly fast.
Drop maxing.
What will happen is if the next droplet that's coming down the line is too close, then it'll actually get like disturbed and mess up the next plasma event. So we have a requirement, which is both that we make 50,000 droplets per second, but also that they're traveling extremely fast.
By 2011, their laser-produced plasma source reached 11 watts, which was more than double what they managed with their previous source. But they were still limited to just 5 wafers per hour. So they needed to increase the power, and fast, because they promised they'd hit 60 wafers per hour by the end of 2011. Unfortunately, this new method had a major flaw.
Now the problem with the tin is you hit a droplet, you generate EUV with a very decent conversion efficiency. Where does the tin go? Because like 30 centimeters away, you have this atomically flat, very beautiful, very expensive mirror from our friends at Zeiss. And in the early days, we would coat the thing within like this.
These machines need to run for a year. You're putting liters of tin through this plasma event. And a single nanometer of tin, if it was to land on that collector mirror, you'd have to take the collector out of commission. We need to keep it almost perfectly clean for a year.
Yeah, how do you even approach that?
So our main tool here is the hydrogen gas, actually.
They filled the chamber with low-pressure hydrogen. This slows and cools the tin particles down, and even if some tin makes it to the collector, the hydrogen pulls it off to form a gas called stenane. This way, the machine cleans the collectors while it's running.
I thought you were going to go.
But that hydrogen gas also gets hot from all those tin explosions. So they need to keep flushing new, cooler hydrogen into the system while flushing out the stenane and hotter gas.
Okay,
but they had to get the pressure and the flow rate just right. I mean, too little hydrogen and the mirrors would get too dirty, but too much hydrogen would not only absorb too much EUV light, but it would also cause the system to overheat.
But the question is, how much heat is there? How much energy is being deposited into the gas? And we were stumped for quite some time. If you look at an EUV light source, what you'll see is that it's kind of like a glow.
That's a cuck and go 5 minute
like
here.
Purplish red light.
Come on.
And you kind of ask yourself, like, why is that happening? So we bought an ultra-fast camera. What we realized is that after every plasma event, there's a shock wave that goes propagating out into the hydrogen gas. And it's extremely repeatable. And you think to yourself, there must be like an explanation for this. And there's this formula, the Taylor-Van Neumann-Zedal formula, that explains point source explosions in an environment, and like say a nuclear blast out to like supernova. So I took this formula, and it like exactly describes the data. It's just fantastic that we're seeing these tiny little supernovas happening in our vessel 50,000 times a second.
And is that a fair way to think about this? Like creating mini supernova?
Yeah, it's actually pretty similar. It's almost like very similar to like a Type 1a supernova, it turns out, where you kind of have an object that just fully evaporates and explodes apart. And when all that energy goes into the hydrogen gas, it produces a shock wave, a blast wave that comes flying out, which is basically the same thing if you look up in the night sky. There are these like remnant supernovas that you can see coming from space.
Using those energy calculations, they discovered they needed to flush the hydrogen at incredibly high speeds, around 360 kilometers per hour. That's more than a Category 5 hurricane, even if, those speeds are at low density. But 2012 came and went, and they still didn't have enough power. In fact, by 2013, ASML just reached 50 watts by shooting 50,000 tin droplets per second.
But this increased power came at a price, because more power means more heat. Heat that ends up slightly shifting the mirrors, resulting in misaligned light and misaligned chip layers. So Zeiss built a nervous system directly into the optics, robot-guided sensors that constantly measure the exact position and angle of each mirror, down to the nanometer and the picoradian, which is absolutely insane.
So how accurate do we need to control this mirror? Now, one of the things, you can do a thought experiment, and I can place a little laser on the side of this mirror. Then we go all the way to the moon, and we put a dime here. So then this light travels all the way here, and then with the accuracy I can control this mirror. Yes. I can decide whether I point to this side of the dime or whether I point to this side of the dime.
What? That's crazy.
So you can see that the pointing accuracy is, that's also in picoradians. That is something very extreme.
This allowed them to control the light even when the power increased.
While Zeiss was doing a stellar job with the optics, ASML was still struggling with the power source. The problem was that the tin droplets were too dense, meaning that most of the emitted EUV light was still getting reabsorbed by the neutral atoms before it could ever reach the collector mirror.
The way we blasted the droplet was so not enough light, too much debris.
To make matters worse, they could see that about 10 years from now, they would need a new generation of machine, a high NA EUV machine, essentially one with a larger optic system that could print smaller features. So what did they do? They decided to double down and invest in the next generation before they even got the current one to work.
The most doubtful period was in the beginning. So I started to work on this in 2012. By that time, EUV was not working. And there was this crazy idiot working on the next generation where we could not even make the EUV light in the first place.
Not only are you all in on EUV, you're doubling down even before you know if EUV is going to work.
Here for NIAX. November Yankee Alpha X-ray notes social media circulations of a full breach, claiming over 1 billion card records and 100 100 terabytes of
But to keep funding the
data
development,
stolen
they
from
needed money,
NYAX.
and lots of it. So
November
they
Yankee
turned to the very
Alpha
people who
X-ray.
needed this technology.
ASML reached out to its main customers. Okay, you want this technology for the next generation of chips? Well, you need to make us able to invest more by investing in us.
Intel invested around $4.1 billion, and Samsung and TSMC invested another $1.3 billion combined. So they can keep the research going, but with no product to show, customers were running out of patience.
We were crucified at every conference that the promises we made last year we were unable to live up to.
Yeah.
And they said, this is what you showed 2 years ago, this is what you showed last year, and this is what you're telling me this year, so why would I believe you?
They were getting desperate.
But this was, I think, about 2012 or 13. We were struggling to get the EUV power up. And Kinoshita visited us. I took him to dinner in a small town nearby. And across from the restaurant was a Maria chapel. And now, you know, science, we have come to the limits of science. Hey, let's go for defined intervention. So we went to the chapel. So Kinoshita, just to be safe, lit 3 candles for the 3 suppliers that were pursuing EUV technology at the time. And lo and behold, and I have the data to prove it, there is a very strong correlation between us lighting the candle and power going up. It's not a causal effect, but there is a strong correlation.
The big idea was, instead of hitting the droplet once, hit it twice.
One shot to hit the droplet and it expands in like a pancake shape.
Yep.
And then, only then have the second shot, the more powerful main pulse, where you evaporate the pancake and turn it into a plasma. Yeah. This was a major breakthrough.
By changing the target from a droplet to a pancake, you got a larger surface area for the laser to vaporize, but without the cost of adding more debris or neutral atoms, because now the tin is vaporized all at once. By 2014, they finally managed to hit that coveted 100 watts mark. But improvements in multi-patterning with 193 nanometers now meant that EUV would only be useful if the source reached at least 200 watts and made 125 wafers per hour.
And slow going though today, Tim.
But as the industry moved on, nobody waits for you. You know, they find other solutions. We had to catch up. So it was a moving goalpost.
One of the problems was, how do you perfectly time the laser so you hit each of these droplets?
Oversubscribed for its IPO.
Anyone have access to that IPO? Is that today? That's not today, is it? The Hynix, SK Hynix IPO?
The analogy is a bit like a golf ball that you need to land in the hole 200 meters away. Not like land on the green, not bounce and then get in the hole, but like land in the hole every time. That's the level of precision that we need to deliver the droplets.
Friday? Oh,
those droplets are traveling through this like maelstrom of hydrogen flow. The speeds are tremendously high. It's like shoot golf balls through a tornado. And then right when it lands at the hole, that's when it needs to get hit by the laser. So in order to basically track the droplets, for that we use laser curtains. And we can sort of look at when does the droplet pass through a laser curtain. Those scattered photons tell us basically when and where is the droplet. And then importantly tells us when to fire the laser. So we actually have to take into account how long will it take for the light pulse to hit the droplet after we send the pulse.
Now, by 2015, they were getting closer and closer to that coveted 200 watt mark, when all of a sudden, the ASML board members got summoned.
This was one of these decisive moments where our customers were really thin on patience. And Martin and all the board members were summoned to Korea to show 200 watt. And they were really fed up with it. You know, you either show it now or you go away. And when they entered the plane, the experiment was still running. Okay. When they exited the plane, they had the first result demonstrating 200 watt. This is how close we came.
With the source power up, there was one final problem that had to be solved before they could begin manufacturing their machine. See, while the hydrogen gas did protect the collector mirror from debris, it wasn't perfect. All the intense high-energy photons and hydrogen ions zipping around deteriorated a very special top coating on the collector. So they still had to clean the mirrors every 10 hours, which, you know, is terrible for productivity. Martin van der Brink asked for updates every day on their progress. But then one of the engineers noticed that every time they opened up the machine, the mirrors suddenly seemed cleaner.
that he kind of chimed in and said, wait a second. Whenever we opened up the machine, oxygen comes in and our problem is solved. Couldn't we think of a way to add just a little oxygen to our system and make sure that the collector stays clean longer? And so they started experimenting with the amount of oxygen that was needed in the vacuum. And they finally got to this point, okay, if we add so much oxygen, we'll keep the collector clean for longer.
With this fix, ASML's machine could run continuously for much longer, and it finally became commercially viable. By 2016, orders started pouring in, and now all of the most advanced chips need ASML's machine, making them perhaps the most important tech company in the world. ASML's first commercial machines had a numerical aperture of 0.33 and could print 13 nanometer lines. These are called the low NA machines, and ASML still makes them. But the machine that Jan's team started working on back in 2012 was the next generation, which had a larger optic system so they could print even smaller features. This is the high NA machine with a numerical aperture of 0.55, and we get to see their latest version up close. How much is the machine?
We always say north of 350 million euros.
And you can actually buy it, right?
You can if you want.
Yeah. If I had the money, I could buy it.
Yes, you could.
How many people have seen this before?
We really limit the amount of people that get to go inside the clean room.
ASML's machines are built in a super strict clean room. In any cubic meter, there can be no more than 10 particles, only 0.1 microns large, and nothing bigger than that. A speck of pollen is around 20 microns, and extremely fine sand is around 10 microns. To put all of this in perspective, hospital operating rooms, which have to be extremely clean, only allow a maximum of 10,000 particles per cubic meter that are 0.1 microns wide. It's so unfair how much better Mark looks though. In his light suit, I feel like a little Smurf.
Okay, so we're gonna go through the air showers. So you're gonna have to do it as I do.
Okay. So this is washing down all the particles that are still on us.
So this is like super clean air blowing us clean.
This place is huge.
It's huge.
It's insane. I've been in a clean room a couple times before, but it's nothing compared to this. Are there any secret areas here where almost no one has access to?
I can't tell you.
Great answer.
Okay, so this is the total system.
This is crazy. Look how big it is.
That's what she said.
Machine
that's what she said.
Built. It's taken many, many years, decades of development, many billions of dollars, all to get this humongous beauty.
Huge.
So this is the first high-NA machine. Yes. So if you saw pictures on the internet or whatever, that's this machine. So the very first lines ever printed at 8 nanometers and stuff, that was this machine. The smoothest object on Earth. Yeah, it's all in here. Yeah. Wait, so let me see if I can figure this out. This is the light source. That's where they make the extreme ultraviolet. Yes. And then the laser must come in from
let's
there.
take a look at the laser.
In fact, we got to see just how the laser and light source work.
I think we're entering the laser system here. Mark's just making sure, I think, that we can actually film here. So we're not catching anything we're not supposed to. Oh, wow. This looks dangerous.
Now, the laser system is covered by all of these brown cabinets, but here is a model version. A carbon dioxide laser of just a few watts enters this amplifier, where it bounces around until it's roughly 5 times its original power. It then goes through a total of 4 different amplifiers to bring the final laser up to 20,000 watts, which is 4 times stronger than lasers.
That's quite big.
So over here we have these amplifiers that generate this powerful laser beam. Yeah. And then it basically comes out, and this is part of the beam transport system, where it's brought to the machine. Yeah. So this pipe here has the big laser beam. And this has a mirror? Yes.
Then the pulses travel to the light source module. It kind of looks like a transformer or like a, I don't know, like a spaceship. There's so many wires going everywhere.
Don't touch this.
Holy crap.
This is pretty big, huh?
This is insane.
And so this is just the light source.
This is just the light source. Are you getting this comparison shot? And so you need all of this
just to make EUV light. Yeah.
Just to make the light.
Yes.
That's incredible. Can we do a little walk around?
Prediction up. How many goals is our... Oh, shit. It's on right now.
That's quite big.
This is the heart of the source.
Impressive.
Can I stand on here?
If you're below 137, you can.
I think I am. Woo. And so the thin droplets are coming in from the left.
Yes.
They have a
Then we're
weight
shooting the
requirement to
laser
stand
from
on that.
Here?
Yeah.
Okay, it explodes.
And then the light
goes out there. One improvement from ASML's first EUV machine to their newest one is the number of pulses that hit the droplet. The first pre-pulse still flattens the droplet into a pancake. But now there's also a second pre-pulse that further reduces the density. It basically turns it into a low-density gas. It rarefies it. And then the final pulse essentially ionizes all of it. So for basically the same power coming from the drive laser, they get even more EUV light. Now, if they want even more light, then the only way to do that is by hitting more droplets. And that's exactly what they did.
Our most recent EV light sources that we're shipping right now, which are around the 500 watt level, we increased the rep rate up to 60,000 times per second.
How do you ship
and then
something
we have a
like
roadmap
that?
that's going to
Like,
go
you gotta
to
think, like,
100,000 droplets per second. We've actually now
Calibration
already demonstrated
gets
this
completely
100,000
dicked at
droplets per
shipping.
second in the lab, so it's not an if but a win.
Crazy.
The three pulses that we use to make the pancake, to blow up the pancake a little bit, and then to evaporate the pancake.
Yeah.
The first two pulses, they would be coming in through this pipe here. And then the main pulse with the big laser, the laser beam would be delivered through this pipe here.
Both the high and low NA machines shipping out right now use
I
three
believe it.
pulses, and eventually they will hit more droplets per second. But the light
Should be on
source
this
is just
game.
one small part
Yeah,
of the full machine.
uh,
After bouncing
not
off the
gonna
collector
lie.
mirror, the EUV light
I
moves
thought it was
to
tomorrow.
the illuminator. A set of mirrors shape and focus the light before it hits the reticle.
I went
the
to
reticle
go
is
buy
the
some
top half,
tickets.
and this module is built in a separate facility installed later.
And didn't
Next,
realize it
the
was
light
already
goes
the
into the
7th.
projection optics box, which is a set of mirrors that shrink the light down. The high NA machine can shrink the pattern 8 times in the vertical direction and 4 times in the horizontal direction. The mirrors are also much smoother still. If the low NA's mirrors were the size of Germany, the tallest bump would be about a millimeter. But if the high NA mirrors were the size of the world, the tallest bump would be about the thickness of a playing card. By the combination of both of these improvements, ASML was able to increase the numerical aperture from 0.33 to 0.55. And finally, the light hits the wafer. In order to print around 185 wafers per hour, the reticle whips back and forth at accelerations of over 20 Gs. That's over 5 times the acceleration of a Formula 1 car. And this is some actual footage of what that's like inside this machine. And notice that this is not sped up.
That's wild.
But the crazy thing to me about this machine isn't how fast the reticle moves, or even how small it can print, but it's just how insanely accurate it needs to be. The most any 2 layers can be off, which is called the overlay, is 1 nanometer. That's 5 freaking silicon atoms of precision. That's insane.
So typically what we do as system engineers is that we make a budget. So we say, hey, you get, let's say, a nanometer. And we divide then the nanometers to smaller fractions.
Right. The nanometers total. It's not like your group gets
you get a nanometer. You get you get a nanometer in total. Yes. So you have to fight for your part of the nanometer.
It's kind of cool to realize that like every smartphone nowadays has a chip that is made with a machine that was actually put together here. So that's a cool thought.
Take a look at this.
It's pretty massive, huh?
So big. So do you
So
cover
she
it
said-
up?
Yes.
Never.
At the customer fab, it will be looking like a big white box. I like it better like this.
Yeah, me too.
That's what she said.
It's funny, you need such a big machine, so much infrastructure to make the tiniest things we can make at scale.
It's inversely proportional.
Yeah, smaller you want to go, the larger everything around it becomes. After the machines are assembled, tested, and approved, they are disassembled to ship all around the world. 5,000 companies supply
I don't know what this
100,000
is,
rods,
but
3,000
it's
cables,
kinda hot.
40,000 bolts, and 2 kilometers of hosing. ASML ships their high-NA machine in 250 containers spread out over 25 trucks and 7 Boeing 747s. Despite all the doubt and setback, EUV finally made it to manufacturing level 3 decades after Kinoshida's first images. But even when almost the entire world didn't believe it would work, there were some people at ASML who knew that it was going to work
all the way back in 2010.
Around 2001, we said let's do EUV.
I'm
and
just
then
for
we run
one
into
cock
many
here.
challenges. 2010,
Just
we installed the
one
first
big
system
fat
at
cock.
a customer. So it was installed in Korea. There it was. This thing I had been pursuing for 13 years was now standing at a customer producing wafers. This for me was a moment I realized, yes, we made the right bet.
Years later, Jos ran into the man who helped install that first machine.
He's now a professor at a renowned institute, and I shared the story about my relief and how great we made the decision. And Anko said, yeah. He said, when you left, when you flew out after Christmas, the thing broke down. And it took 2 months to get back up again. And they almost fired me for making the wrong decision. We had some ups and downs along the way. Yeah. But again, once I saw the system installed at a customer, in a customer fab, I knew we had done the right thing. This was 2010. The first phone that came out was 2019. So we still had some hurdles to resolve, but we kept going.
Now, I have spent several months working on this video and thinking about it, and it still feels absolutely impossible. And the more I think about it, the more I think, those people 40 years ago that said it was impossible, they had a point. It's completely unreasonable to think that you could make this artificial sun in a lab, that you could make these mirrors that are this smooth, and that you could get the required overlay accuracy. The reasonable thing is to think that none of that is possible and to point out all the problems with each of them. Which reminds me of this quote. The reasonable man adapts himself to the world. The unreasonable one persists in trying to adapt the world to himself. Therefore, all progress depends on the unreasonable man. Imagine if Andy and Kinoshita and all the others had been reasonable. We would have none of this. In fact, imagine what the world would be like if everyone on it was reasonable. It would probably be extremely boring. Probably most of the technology, most of the things you enjoy on a daily basis wouldn't be here. In fact, you probably wouldn't be watching this video because just about all the technology we have nowadays would seem completely unreasonable even just 200 years ago. And so I really think that to a large extent we owe our lives to those unreasonable people. And maybe, at least to me, it's a reminder that it's good to be a little unreasonable, at least in some of the big parts of life. Changing the world is difficult. It took over.
And all I'm doing here is sitting, waiting for a big old green cock, you know what I mean? Yeah. Oh, shit. You just scored. The hell?
Be afraid, you should not. I'll take care of you. I will.
Wow. And Yoda banana.
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 Can't see. Yoda can't see.
Bananas and Yoda. Yes! Give me Yoda!
I'll take care of you.
Come on, Yoda! Right here, Yoda! It's where I deserve it! Give it to me! How is that not a... How does that not go? This thing is so sloppy. Oh, that's a penalty. Oh, that's a penalty. Yeah. Uh-oh. Let's see if freaking Messi misses this one. We might be offsides. Oh, that's going to be close. Oh, yeah. That's a I'm at game time 1930. Just so you know. Messi taking the kick. He missed the other one. Oh my God, put this one away. I don't think he does. I think he blasts it this time. I don't think he does any funny stuff. Stuttering or whatever. Oh! I'm not telling you if it went in or not. Holy hell. Messi. Missing the penalty. I knew he was going to blast it. Not even a good kick. Dude, 2 PKs in this World Cup and he's missed them both. Oh, that wasn't even good. CR7 would never. Dude, you get a penalty. NVIDIA's been doing well. You know, it doesn't also surprise me now that tech is pulling back and you get the whole, I typed in, you know, AI bubble scare popping, whatever, at the perfect time when SK Hynix IPO is this week. Isn't that just something? Isn't that just a quinky dink? You know? Isn't that a quinky dink? Right before earnings start again. Yeah, I didn't even think of that too. Just a quinky dink, right? Such bullshit. No, I will not helo. It's a reminder of what's to come. CLRO, back down to the bottom of that channel there. Maybe something like that. Oh my gosh. a 5-minute or 1-minute compression? Well, the bigger the time frame, the bigger the move in with your compression. So if you have a 1-minute compressed area, it won't move. It shouldn't usually move as much as a 5-minute or a larger time frame compression. So smaller the time frame, smaller the move, bigger the time frame, bigger the move. I'll play both, but I'll expect more out of a 5-minute or a 15-minute compressed area than I would a 1 minute or 10-second or whatever. Nice, Buddha. I'm up $300. I haven't taken a lot of trades today. 6 trades. 5 green, 1 red. It's very slow. Oh, that's dangerous. Jeez. PHOE. Is it a circuit breaker halt? If so, yeah, it's still halted because it looks like it was halted at $27. It's showing an open of 34.50. So that's why it's gapping up a lot. A lot. $7. Holy jeez. to make it day trading, average daily profit. I mean, that's all relative to your needs, but I would say to be able to have the confidence, it's consistency over a long period of time. I always tell a story that the year I made $1.3 million, I still mowed people's lawn. Just because of the confidence. Like, I was like, and I was still coaching like little kid soccer. Just because I wanted to have something on my resume. Like, there was no gap there, right? So it's not easy. It's not easy to make that jump. And do I plan on coaching again? No, I don't. You gotta understand, like, coaching. So first off, I've been out of the game for a long time. I'd probably get an assistant coaching job at a really low level, maybe. Or I could coach club soccer, blah blah. Once you coach at a higher level, like, it's hard to coach the lower levels because you're just like smashing your head against the wall most of the time. But it's just a lot of travel. It's a lot of hours. Not great pay. You know, it's not like college football where, you know, the offensive line coach can make $100,000. You know, it's not like that. You're welcome with Salt Life. I was thinking about you all, you know. I was. It's like, you know what, if I take this, it's going to go bankrupt. They're going to do an offering, probably a T12. I just can't do that to everybody right now. It's too slow of a day. Coach of Power E Trades. Oh, shank that. What a freaking ball. 12. Why are they yelling at him? Dude, what a freaking save by that goalkeeper. When does this open? 43:28, about a minute. Just showed 12:50. It's walking up. $12.06, $12.03, $12.06. It's not a pretty gap down if that's what it is. High day is 12:51, so we're there. Yep. Gap down. Jeez, 10 seconds. 12:03 open. That's disgusting. See if buyers step in or not. 12:10. Such a pussy. I should have bought that. I should have bought that. That's disgusting. Wow. Whoa! This thing gapped. It went from 42 to damn 86. Holy shit. Explain that one. That tells you some stuff. This is thin. Phil. Oh my gosh. FIFA. So you're back inside which is not good. You're back inside this channel from earlier. Ideally, it would have tested the top band and just stayed here, but you're back inside of it, which means I feel like you're going to go test the lower side. Breakdown. Foe resumed. Where's it at? Oh my gosh. Disgusting moves, dude. And there's that lower band test. Wouldn't be surprised if it broke it, honestly. Musk is calling out this company. Old Musk can't move stocks like he used to, man. You were trying that, Luke? Jeez. Oops. offsides. There's no way. This thing's wild, man. It's wild. Thing is wild. Dude, this thing is ridiculous. Netflix to include content from BuzzFeed on its platform. Okay. How's this not juicing? All right. Okay. How is this not going? Netflix to include BuzzFeed on their platform. BuzzFeed stuff. All right, whatever. I just don't understand it. It's so hard for news to move stocks these days. I don't get it. We are in the pits of hell right now. I know, right? Selling May really showed up this year. This thing, man, just buy the dip, right? What are you in, Luke? .007, they are. Luke, that's freaking funny, dude. Messi's watched. Walk. How many more opportunities does this dude need to do something today? Nene, slap yourself in the nutsack. Messi's speed is just not there. Kind of sad to watch all these greats just aging out. No, Argentine player is dead. Down on the ground. This Egyptian, what the hell? This Egyptian, right midfielder, winger, whatever. Oh, this is. Oh my gosh. Egypt just scored 2-0 over Argentina right now. 58 minutes into the game. I was just saying, I'm not too familiar with him, whoever he is. That Egyptian winger, I don't know what he's playing, midfield or right forward. I don't know what he is. Phenomenal, though. Ooh, there was a foul. Oh, no. Oh, no. Are they going to call it back? They did foul him. Wow. Canaris, after 2+ years of holding, tomorrow we squeeze. Roaring Kitty comes out. Wait, they took it off. No goal. All right, yeah. I couldn't understand what he said. I thought he said it. I thought he was saying that's the right call. All right, 1-0. Watch Messi freaking put in a perfect ball. When they blast it, play it short. Oh, they almost scored there. Yep, Jimmy gets bought out tomorrow by eBay. Price $60 a share. Let's get that MACD flip on the CLRO. HD still T12. Telling you, that's gonna be a fun one when it opens back up. Oh. $20 ribeyes for $40. What kind of cuts are we talking here? Or quality meat? Tell me it's least choice, at least. Ball don't lie. That dude, there he is again. That number 12. I don't know who he is. Phenomenal. Phenomenal. He's so much faster than what Argentina can cover. Beautiful pass. Who is that guy? They're outside the dollar store. It's dog food. Dude, is Egypt about to boot Argentina from the World Cup? Like, I'm looking at maybe going to the semifinal game now, and I was kind of hoping England versus Argentina, or I guess it's Holland is the other option. Do I really want to go if it's not Argentina? Good God. $20 say that those tickets drop by 30% overnight if Argentina doesn't make it out of this round. Seats would be cheaper? Well, that's for damn sure. Holland or Mbappe? I gotta look at the bracket, see who's playing where. So the finals are in New Jersey. Where's the... It's Georgia. What's the other one? Texas. Both on July 14. So, yeah. The Texas one would be a good game regardless. That's going to be France or Morocco. Probably France going against Spain. Like, it's Spain or Belgium. Either would be fine. That'd be a good game. That'd be a great game to go to. So, For the other semifinal game, you're going to have England or Norway versus one of these four: Argentina, Egypt, Switzerland, Colombia. That Texas match sounds real nice. Spain was so mid. Their just full team press was just suffocating.
Oh, that's real nice.
No? Nope. You gotta go. It's your moment. I can feel it. Oh, 7. Damn. He's trying maybe one more cock. Needs one more cock and then go. Or, nope. So feels like a cock and drop almost. $90, break it. Okay, there you go. There's our cuck. Back over 1410. Really? Cock and drop? It didn't break high a day. I just took all my money for the day right there. $300 loss. I looked away for a freaking breath of a second. I looked away for a breath of a second. I looked at my screen because like, oh, that BYAH is interesting. Look back, boom. Breath of a second. And speaking of BYH, just popped. Jeez. My order getting canceled on that second one? Well, we're back to green, 57 cents on the day. Disgusting. It's so sloppy, man. It's a hard trader. And you're so fearful that it's going to give us a really hard dump, but it really shouldn't because it's short share restricted. That's why it keeps pumping. As soon as we get comfortable, that's when they got you. Daily levels, 1542 up here. I mean, we are right there. I want to say every one of these moves has been predicated by a dump first. Dump. This is a 10-second chart. Dump, move up. Pull back. This is a dump, regain. Dump, move up. Not a perfect science, but that's what it feels like. $15.19. What a bullshit. That should have been it. I love how on that pop, I managed to hit the exact top. I love it. How come I can't exit this thing? Jeez. Oh. Look, I lost money. How did I lose money on that? 14, that's why. 12, jeez. This feels very sus, man. I do not like the way this moves. Like, does anyone trust this thing? Jeez. I'm gonna cuck his 17 break. Goal? Did I miss it? Oh. How did I miss this? They scored 2? I muted it to make this trade. I didn't have it up. They scored 2? What a freaking shot. He hit it off his shin. Oh, and the keeper doesn't save that one. I probably couldn't even see it. Wow. How was the first goal? Telemundo lost his voice. Wow. Homie will freaking miss a PK, a penalty shot, but scores that thing. Wow. How was I gotta rewind it. I'm gonna rewind it. Wow. First one was nice. BuzzFeed, there it goes. Jeez. Hi, day. So yeah, if there's a tie at the end of regulation, you go into extra time, which is 2 15-minute halves, and you play the whole amount. Doesn't matter if there's no golden goal. After the end of extra time, if there's still no winner, then you got a shootout. Best of 5. Wow. Well, that turned into a game real quick, didn't it? Didn't it? All right, MACD is now down. Well, no, that's not a 1 minute. Yeah, okay, it is down. It's a big level, though. I wonder if it holds up. Breaking down a bit here. Oh my gosh. Argentina just scored. What a collapse. I see that FIVN hitting. Put it up. It's chooching. No, that ain't no. No. Wow. Wait, did they get a red card? Egypt, that is? I mean, if so, you're done. Staff member? Oh. CLDX doing something. Something about the Meta AI app today. Meta Muse image available today on Meta AI app. Not really sure what Meta Muse image is. Adobe responding to it. Another. Egypt, get your staff under freaking control. Acting like a bunch of bitches. They'll be hiring. Crowd wants the game to whistle out, and there's can't foul. Oh wow, gotta throw in. That's the game. Wow. Wow. Damn, that 1 minute cock was a $3 move. Wow. All right. Well, Argentina should make easy work of Switzerland or Colombia. So you're probably going to have Argentina. I mean, Colombia could beat them. I mean, Egypt almost beat them, so I guess. Norway plays England. That's going to be a great match. That works in Paraguay as far as being bitches. Another break of 50, then go. It's that 70 level I'm watching. Spreads just get so wide. How do I not get filled there? Other. Wow. Our day is 1560. 45 my ass. Freaking exited as soon as I saw the pop. Well, I'm up $95 now. Holy waste a day. I'm gonna call it here. I'm gonna take my $100 and go home. Probably come back after hours, see if there's anything moving. Holy hell, what a waste of a day. We're gonna go raid Mr. Marbles. Thank you, Necro Nancy. Thank you. Oh my gosh, what a waste of a day. Hard trader. We did. I mean, this thing's moving, but it's very hard trader. So, anyway, you guys have a good one. Hopefully, you're doing better than me today. Killing it. Let's go raid Mr. Marbles.